Hello everyone and welcome back to Twin Peaks, the Transport Fever 2 game which we have created the map ourselves for. So, without further ado, let's carry on with Twin Peaks. I'm not too happy with how these roads are coming in on these cliffs here, so I may well... Yeah, I don't think it looks very good, but hey ho. Moving swiftly on. Last episode, we found out that we don't have a number of factories that we would need in order to provide all of the the needs to the different cities. We now have those factories. As you may have seen from the previous episode, the map creation episode, we have actually gone in and added some more factories. So that was a massive oversight on my behalf. I thought I had them all, but apparently I didn't. But that may be why, if you're looking at this and you're thinking, hold on, that wasn't there before, that's why that's there now. It allows us to continue playing with the save that we have and the progress that we have without having to go back and edit the map creation and then basically have to restart the series, which is super useful, and I'm really happy that we've been able to do this rather than, as I said, do that. So, yeah, without further ado, let's jump right in. We can actually start by looking at some of the lines that we were preparing before, principally this steel mill line. So the steel mill would then be consumed by, here we go, a number of different things, including goods factories and also machinery factories. So if we have a little look here, what ones are available? We've got one over here, but then that already has a steel mill next to it. We've got this one over here. I did that one, didn't I? We've got one down here, which could be quite interesting to try and hook up. We've also got a lot of wood around it, so that's something. Got one over here. We've also got a machinery factory over here in this corner. Excuse me. These are the las. Oh, whoops. But yeah, there's a few around. So maybe one from over here coming down to here. Considering there's two things that need steel, could be quite helpful. We can also... Was there a sawmill? There is a sawmill. We can provide wood back that way, which would be quite beneficial for both of those being involved. I think we're going to have to play a little bit of... There we go. Sort of Jenga with the roads going through this area. But we can get them in, so that's the main thing. As long as they're all connected. Should mean that if we have a boat here, there we go. If we have one there, we can get to all of those. So let's just think about how many resources we would need to get here. So number one, we've got the coal, the wood, and the other coal. So basically coal and wood. So that's two resources. But then we've also got steel, which is a third. We've got plastic and lumber. And then we've also got goods and machines to go out. So that's 7 in total. 7 potential resources to come in and out means that we're going to probably need more than just one, what's it called? One harbour. The only resources that are actually getting delivered is 3. So we've got plastic, steel, and lumber. So that's 3 to be delivered, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 to be sent away. So what we could do is have 2 separate Ujima flips. My words escape me. 2 separate harbours. Which we will need to lower this area for, so that boats can get there. There we go. And that should be navigable water now. Do they... That should look navigable. But anyway. We just need to lower this bit. Never mind. But yeah, we now have a opening that we can use, and actually what we can do is build off the sides of these. So the same harbour can have, if we pop this in, say one there, and then so on and so forth going out, and actually that will fit quite well with what we've got going on there. So normally I would steer away from that and have separate harbours, but actually where this is quite a flat edge, that would work quite well. That gives us one core area that we can set up. But anyway, so the idea is we're going to take steel from this place. So if I set up a line from here over to here, it's quite interesting to note it's already quite a busy shipping area. Like there's quite a few lines going up and down here, so adding a port and some more lines probably isn't a great idea, but that is what it is. So this line would be picking up steel and dropping off lumber or wood, and then picking up wood and dropping off steel. So this is a line that will make money both ways, which is very good for us. Cargo boat, steel, line 01. I think that's the first steel line at least. We've got plastic and steel. Maybe we should call it steel and wood. What does this technically put out? Logs. Steel and logs. There we go. So the principle we're doing here is the steel. That's the main resource we're trying to get out there. So, alright, what we cannot do is actually put anything in here, which is a little bit annoying. I doubt we'll actually need all of this, but it's worth having a decent buffer zone for the resources coming in. So so that would then deliver wood over here. I mean, we could just have them drop it off on this side and then come back round. That would work as well. Which, to be fair, is what we were originally planning. So here they will drop off the logs. Here they will not drop off the logs. There we go. We can also remove this stuff. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can have it like that. It shouldn't really make much of a difference. So yeah, now boats drop off the logs for the wood, for this sawmill even, and then those can actually come back down. That's an interesting one. We could take logs up there and bring lumber back. So what if we alter this a little bit? And if after the Lars they go there, which, yeah, there we go. We'll reduce that to 30 seconds so that they're not holding up the rest of the right. So now this line, effectively in the same place as where it's picked up and dropped off from, it just makes more money. The only point where it's gonna not have anything on the boat is from here to there, and from there to there. So it's very small in comparison. So if we then set up a logs line between here and down here, so that's just going to compute all the pathing. Takes a little minute because it's such a big map, I think. Right, so now this one purely makes us money. So I mean it should do at least. So here I want them to fill up on these and drop off logs. So we want them to pick up lumber, or planks as we call them here. And then we will pick up logs here and drop off lumber. Right. So cargo, boat, planks, and logs. We need to name that line 01, as there may well be other lines that do this. Steel and logs is set up. So if we go into here, get a couple of Alps. And then we can put one on the purple and one on the turquoise line. And that should be... How much is this going to need? So it can do 400 output when it's on level 2. And it needs 2, so it needs 800. So how much does these do? 400. So that should be enough for those to do everything they need to. Right, so that's actually set up machines ready to go. So where are our consumers for machines? We've got one in Hong Kong, one in Nagoya, one in Kawasaki, they're all over here. One in Seoul, which is down the ways. Hefei, Fukuoka. I can't. Fukuoka. I don't know. Izmir. Zhangjiang. Is that Zhangjiang? And Hangzhou. So, what I would say is this is quite a good central position for this particular factory and depot to be delivering from. So I would suggest that I'm not suggesting it, I'm doing it. So what we're going to do is pump these around the place. First off, let's set up a line from here straight over to here, where we will then be able to just deliver them to where we need them to be. That will be quite useful and powerful benefit straight away. So we're going to need another delivery place. How many places need them here? 1, 2, 3. So another 3. But we also have 2 extra ports on this harbour. So it would make sense for us to make some more use out of them. And the easiest way I can do that is by having a bit more space here to work with. So that would be nice. So we need 3 for these. And then we would need more for the others. So if we set up 3 here, like so, hopefully that's in the right spot for that link in there. So if I take one of these roads, pop it here, that hopefully that's not in the right spot. Darn. I think we're going to need to move these roads and rework what we've got going on here. Maybe even utilizing this being at a lower level, which could make it quite interesting actually, because we'd have sort of tunnels between the two. Right now, let's just sort out what we're doing here. So it would need to be about there. Is that, yeah, that's good. Cool, and we can actually fit another one in on this side as well. So we'll make the most of this space that we've got. So this will be one staging area for all of the additional resources that will be coming through this area. So if we start by popping this road in, putting in street access on this side. I want it to stay flat, so that then it can go into here with a nice curve, like so. Alright, so if we connect that through there, that generally works pretty well, actually. We can't upgrade that bit. What we could do is do a road through from here, maybe. So if we keep this flat, we just want that to connect up there effectively. And then what we may be able to do is if we can take this and go as high up as possible, maybe not quite as possible, we may be able to link these up. Like so. So there we have a road straight up to the entrance, or the main A road here, but we also have a problem. Won't upgrade. If we upgrade that now, too much slope. What do we have to do so that there isn't too much slope? Maybe go in this direction. Yep, there we go. So, dependent on what route they need to go, or which way they need to go, it may be quicker to use any one of these entrances. But that means that effectively, it's reducing its reliance on the one link that we had here before. So it's not necessarily a bad move. If we have a quick look at the lines we've already got, they are utilizing these slightly differently. Actually, which line goes? So Nagoya might be worth putting on number 3 and then having Ankara on number 1. So then there's less crossover here. See, this allows it to go out that way, which is good. I'm not saying this is perfect, but it's better than nothing, what we had before. And actually having some extra platforms where we can deliver stuff from means that we can set up extra lines as well. So we would be doing 3 lines from here. 1 to Kawasaki to deliver machinery, which we don't currently do we? No. So we will need to have a drop-off point. Maybe down here? That sort of covers most of the area. That's the first line through that way. Cool. Another one was Nagoya, which I don't think we provide machines at all currently, so that's fine. Right. So that's set up now for those 2 cities. What about Hong Kong? Hong Kong needs a lot of machines, and actually is sort of tricky to cover the entire lot with one of these. So let's just pop it in there. I guess that's using the bridge, isn't it? Yeah, looks like it. Right. If we pop in an extra exit and an entrance, this should allow us to then pop that one onto number 1. How's that help? Can we upgrade this road? We can. In which case, it might be worth upgrading it to the larger one so that there's multiple lanes going either way. So hopefully that will allow the lines to separate out a little bit easier. It's a bit overkill with that. I feel like it looks a bit silly. So we'll just go with that. I think that's better. Cool. So these will be doing. What one was this one? So from Lars, we want you to pick up machines. And you'll be dropping off. So this is the cargo boat machinery line. Let's call it machines because that's what we make. Machines line 01. Because that's effectively not going to one particular city, it's going to an entire island. So this first one goes to Hong Kong. So cargo via the road, taking machines to Hong Kong. Let's copy that. Then we have this one which goes to Nagoya. And then we have the last one, which is Kawasaki, isn't it? Yeah. No, that's Nagoya. Okay, take that, paste it there. Take Kawasaki's there. Copy it. Paste it. Here. There we go. Kawasaki. And finally, we just need to think of a color for machines. So, machines. What color? Oh, manis, apparently. I haven't. Machines. There we go. Machines are light. They're very sort of white or grey. So maybe if we name that, or if we color that similarly, we need that to be 600 seconds. What sort of color? Maybe like one of these, very light, washed out colors. Like if we go with that, yeah, I think that works. There we go. And finally, what we need to do is go into these lines. Oh, we've got machines to Hefe. Well, I don't think that we actually finished that one. So we'll recolor it to the color that we're going with. So from the Changsha area, and we'll need you to wait up to 600 seconds, please. You'll be picking up machines and you'll be dropping off machines. Kawasaki the same. Wait up to 600 seconds. You'll be loading up machines and you'll be dropping off machines. There we go. Nagoya the same. Wait up to 600 seconds. You'll be filling up on machines and dropping off machines. Cool. There we go. That's all set up now. We would need to put a few vehicles on these lines, so I don't think we'll need too many. Maybe if we went for 6, so there's 2 on each line, just for the time being, at least. Machines Hong Kong, Machine Kawasaki, Machine Nagoya. There we go. So those are all somewhat configured, ready to go. So now we need to think about what more we can do with that island. We've even set up the wood, so it's just plastic now that it needs. Plastic-wise, there's a plastic hub down here. We've got refineries there, so we could link these up. And actually, there's oil refineries oil wells over here. So we can do one triangular line that should effectively... Ah, no, because then that wouldn't be... These need two, don't they? So we'll need to link up both of these. So it would be like from here to the oil refinery, back up here, back to the oil refinery, back over to the chemical plant. And then from that chemical plant, we'll also need to take the plastic, which will be a different ship. So, what I could do... We could do a couple of different things here. We could have a bridge come across so that we can actually deliver oil straight to the fuel. That may be something to do in future. But for the time being... Why don't we open up this area, allow boats to go through. That should hopefully provide a little bit of a shortcut through for a number of lines that go through this area. And future lines as well. Okay. Do anything? Nothing really goes through there at the moment, but this line may well do in future if it deems that as a potential. Alright. Let's link these up. So these are all connected. If we pop a something like that, so that connects to all three. Go. We would literally just need one thing to be picked up from these, so we can set these up on this edge. That should be fine. Put in the road that connects the two. So those will connect up then. Over here, so we have quarry, so stone, we've got oil and plastic, we've also got logs and planks, and we've also got iron to potentially hook up. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things. So if we link these up, there. If we put a harbour here, it should connect to all of these things, hopefully. Whereabouts with this? So I think we'll just have to have a separate one for that quarry, which is fine. But that connects up these. I didn't notice until now that it actually shows the path highlighted where they go to. So if you upgrade the road between them, does that improve it? No, it doesn't. Never mind. So it doesn't matter what road you have between a cargo port and its place that it needs to go. It just makes no difference. So let's set up this line. Start getting plastic over here to do what's needed. Right, there we go. So that's set up to bring the oil round. So let's just double check what's going on here. So you need to be filling up. You can wait up to 5 minutes, which would actually be 300 seconds. You need to fill up on crude oil. And then you need to be dropping it off. Let's put you on a different port here. So you need to be dropping off your crude oil here. Then you need to be filling up on more crude oil. For at least 300 seconds, which is 5 minutes. And then you need to be, again, dropping it off, but also picking up crude oil. Sorry, oil. If there's a difference between oil and oil, it's oil. Of course, I mean refined oil. So then you're going to be dropping it off over here. There we go. So that's set up to deliver the crude or the oil, I should say. So cargo via boat. It's oil, and that's line 01. So what we will also need is a boat to take. If we put that on number 4. Make it wait for 600 seconds. Pick up plastic. Come over here and drop off the plastic. So cargo, boat, plastic, line 01. Now we can do goods from this area. So let's just get some boats on that line. Let's put 3 on this line. Oil line. And 1 for the plastic line. So we can now deliver goods which are needed in Medan, Kawasaki and Changsha. So actually, if we were able to extend this by 1, we could use this exact same point to take the goods as well as the machines. So that's the goods that need to come in. In fact, it could do goods and machines on this one line. It doesn't have to do both. It can also do machines on and goods on this same line. Goods and machines. So that's just going to make more money taking both, which is good. We do need to put more vehicles on that though. So if we get, say, 3, pop them onto that goods and machines boat line. And then there we go. So this needs to go on to number 3. This one on to number 2. No, that's not correct. Pop that on number 3. Pop that on number 2. And then the drop-off one. We can have on 4 and 1. Hopefully that means that they can use both sides for these. Doesn't look like that may be the case, but I don't know. That's pretty busy, so we'll double up what's on there. How many of these are? Got too many already. Is for these to be filled up, where it's getting wheat from the boats, because that effectively makes these lines pointless. So hopefully what we can do is get enough vehicles on here to keep this down. Take it down to 5 seconds. So they're just filling up on what they can. These are both on level 3. Just take these off so that they're not filling up. It'll mean there's a lot more flow then. And hopefully get a lot more grain up to where it needs to go. Too sure how I feel about this. Where it's sort of circling around itself. What we could do is put a delivery point down here. And then so instead of that, it goes there, delivers the food, and then we need to swap these around so that there's more space on this side, because it makes a lot more sense for it to be on this side. And that should be a little bit more efficient doing that, hopefully, at least. So we'll leave that to do what it needs. These are all filling up, which is good. Looks like we've created a little bit of a bottleneck here, in that the connection is close to the it's effectively so for stuff to come over, it needs to be able to enter this. So we actually make this cross over to the correct line. There we go. Spin things up a little bit. means that they can split off into the correct lane they need to be in. Cool. Right, how are we doing with these? So, whole line has vehicles on it, plastic line has vehicles on it. We could probably put some more vehicles on this line, I'd imagine, because it's not going to get anywhere until it has wood logs coming here. So, note how these do. In fact, we need to put vehicles on this line. So if we put 10 on that line, should mean that things go back and forth. Let's put a few more ships on this. Same with this line. Let's just widen that a little bit so that ships can get to where they need to go. So we now have machines and goods coming from here. We can also take away coal if we needed. Looks like we've got these boats coming in. Which is good, because these are raring to go. We've got plenty of stuff waiting for taken to where it needs to go. This is flowing a lot better than before, which is exactly what we want. I'm happy with this. And even if these aren't exactly full all the time, hopefully once we start getting some more food to places like Shenyang, there's plenty of food to come back from there, so, or grain to come back from there, I should say. So that's good. In fact, why is it bringing back food? That shouldn't be the case. interesting. I don't know why that's coming back with food. It shouldn't be doing that. But one thing's for sure, we will need... Oh, no, wait. That's going with 25 food. Okay. It's going to need a few more ships on that line. I think it's a pretty long line. And how much is already there? Shenyang 3. Huh. Okay. Probably there's going to be a batch that makes more money just because there was grain waiting here to go. But then I would imagine that it'll probably even out based on how much comes in here and how much leaves. So effectively this line is constantly picking up goods and will be full apart from here going up to there and then from there coming down to here. So it's going to be making money. It just matters whether we have too many vehicles on there. Now that it's flowing, it may well need less vehicles. It just should mean that more of them are full more often than not. Which effectively makes more use of the vehicles we've got on there, which is fine. So these are getting filled up. They're coming over. They will be dropping off oil here, or crude oil I should say. They'll be dropping off crude oil and picking up oil. These should be full. Yeah, they are. So they're just going to drop off their first load and then they'll be going back to pick up the second load of crude oil. It's quite a complex line, but it's basically just going down there, coming back. So it does 2 loads of crude oil for the oil that it needs to pick up. Because it's a 2-to-1 ratio here. It takes 2 crude oil to make 1 oil. kind of feel like we've misutilized this. It looks a little bit silly now, but we could always rejig it so that it's correct. It's just going to need a lot of setting up. How are things down here? Are we actually getting... Have we had any bricks unloaded? We have. Okay, this may mean that we need to get more vehicles on these lines, which is fine. That's actually a good thing. Because we don't want the amount on here to start to, there we go, become overloaded. So I'm just going to wait and see how that copes with what it's got. The boats coming in may be a bit of a problem, but we'll see how it goes. Get more and more food through, which is nice. It's doing quite well, which is good. It's nice to see. We also have another food factory over here. So, what next? Basically, probably once we start to see goods coming from here, for the time being, let's remove these other ships because they're just sitting around doing nothing. Once this starts to actually get machines and goods going from it, then we can put more vehicles on there. But for the time being, it's got stuff going backwards and forwards, isn't it? This is running pretty efficiently, really. Maybe this will start to move out steel that will then get taken to where it needs to go, which it is. What we can start to think about is oil or fuel. So fuel-wise, wow, we've got practically enough crude oil and oil connected. It'd be nice if it just did get delivered the way it's so closely connected. So we could do something like send oil up, and then that go on to fuels. Shanghai is a fair way away. Medan's the only place here that takes oil, isn't it? So, oh, we need to set that line up, don't we? We have to set these lines up so we can take goods from here. So, goods would go over to Changsha, Kawasaki, and Medan. So that would need to be 600 seconds. It would be picking up goods and it would be dropping off goods. So we've got one Medan before, one from the boat. Second line would go to Kawasaki. So interesting it's coming down that way rather than going through this road. So if we take that, pop it on this one, name that number 2. It's only 10% getting through, and that's probably mainly because of the plastic. So, hopefully get goods and machines down there to those cities. How are these doing? They haven't actually received anything yet, but we've got our first logs going. Which is good. Here for the Shenyang line, which really aren't needed to be honest, because it's all one way, it's all coming back. It's nice to see these smaller cities are actually growing. We do need to get transport throughout these cities, which will be a massive undertaking. Yeah, I really don't know what we're going to do about that. This is traffic. put in some of these to be larger roads, so that there's more lanes for these to use. So it's on the main road, we don't want that. For these, if we upgrade... How much would it cost? I mean, it's annoying that you can't just upgrade the bridge. So if we upgrade this, we should be able to see here a marked improvement, almost double the speed increase between the two bridges, which will be good for such a vital connection through. So, vehicle-wise down here, they also need improvements. So, we're going to have to remove that bus line, or bus station there. Do we upgrade this road through? I mean, traffic is piling up here, but it's not too much of an issue. It's all going the same way. So if we upgrade this road, So now if we upgrade these roads through here. Alright, there we go. We now have a much bigger road going through here. Right. Don't know what's going on with these arrows, but hey ho, that is in then. First off, let's upgrade them to the latest and greatest in brick hauling machine, which would be these ones, which can actually take 3 more than the previous. And then we also need to, especially on the lines which have too many, add more vehicles. tree and see how it goes. Ducker. So, is Ducker bringing back stuff? It is, isn't it? Okay. We may need to upgrade this bridge through. And this one, so it's a bit faster. It's a bit annoying that things are getting trapped like others. There's not a lot we can do about that yet. It just is how it is, unfortunately. So how many are going to do? That's 11 vehicles there. And so there. 6. So maybe if we swapped over Delhi, just removed a few for Delhi, just so that everything can flow through a little bit better. There's all Delhis, which is just a bit nuts, really. There's now 6 each. 9 on Ankara, 10 on so 6 on I think 6 or 7 should be enough, really. This is quite a busy area, to be honest. It's again another one that could do with maybe upgrading the road through. I wonder how that would do here. Not possible there. Not possible there. Not possible there where we want it to be. What we can do is upgrade those bits so that then there's a separate turn-off lane even. And we should be able to rebuild this so that it avoids collision. Same with up here, really. We should be able to push it a little bit further over so that it doesn't collide with all this stuff. It's just a matter of to avoid this. Whoops. That then needs to connect in there. We then want to avoid any. So this will probably need to be pushed as well. Didn't these roads. Oh, that's a bit annoying. The thing that we put in is too close. So if we go from there, that'll work. If we move this backward, it should provide us with more space here. So if we put in if we take that, go straight across. No, that's not worked. Right. There we go. So very similar road that we've put in, but it is ultimately different. Be able to go underneath it for this road. So if we smooth this out. if we use this as the main route through for that, then we could have a road come down here, which would help with a lot of stuff to come through. So if we first off, there we go. So that should be a good link for a lot of the stuff, because it doesn't have to go onto this main road to go off in this direction now. In fact, quite a lot of it is coming through that way, so that's helped. We have not put vehicles on for the goods. Changsha, Kawasaki, Medan. There we go, now stuff goes out that way, which is good. Might be best to move this here. So hopefully that will help stuff going through here. This line, I'm not too sure how I feel about all this stuff going back and forth here. I'd rather it be going down this road. So if we take, this is between number 2 and 3, goes there, then that stays off of this road. So we now have quite a few lines going through here. As you can see, it's very busy, but hopefully that upgrade to the road should help it cope with how much traffic's going through here. Also, reducing how many junctions there are on this road should also help. What we could also do now that we've got a road down this way is to maybe even create some sort of harbour for passengers, sort of a passenger route through here. But it's early days yet. Let's just try and focus on what's going through here. So do we have, how much traffic is, so we've got about 346 going one way, 30 going the other way. Actually 186 down here, so 186 comes from there. It's quite a lot of cargo, and then it all goes down this way. Interesting. Quite a lot of it goes down this route. So I'm wondering whether there's anything else we can do to improve that. We've got how many number of lines coming down here? That's just 7 odd. So we could probably help it out by improving the bridge through here. That should improve the top speed, but also do something about this corner maybe. We could do, so instead of it being such a blunt corner, such a right angle, almost, have this connect into here, have a bridge coming over, and then have that be the separate line off. Because actually, quite a bit of this traffic is probably going this way. If we double check, about 5 of the lines go that way, and about 4 of the lines go that way. It's a small margin, but it's a margin. So back to right there. Take this, plug it in there. We can put that as a nice bridge, or at least a decent one for speed, and then have that connect in there. And then hopefully that should be a little bit better for the traffic going through this area. If I were to remove this entire bridge, it would be quite the undertaking, especially where a lot of it's sort of in sections. Could try upgrading, so it's a dual. To be honest, these medium roads are pretty decent as they are. So we want that to be flat, and we want that to be a decent bridge coming through. In fact, if we can raise it up a little bit, that should help with boats coming through this area. So we will raise it up as much as we can. And if we link that in there, it creates quite a nice natural curve, and it's also fairly high for boats to go underneath here. So we will pop that in as that is. One thing we would probably have to do is remove a lot of this sediment here. So this area. Hopefully we'll be able to get boats through here to then do passenger lines through. The only thing is, it would be perfect if we could have train lines connecting. I don't think that's really going to be feasible from what we've got here. But what we can do is have bus lines to the various cities on this island from here. It's quite ironic that one of the thinnest areas that we've got on this island, it's going to be one of the busiest sort of parts of the island, because we've also got the cargo over here coming in. Has that started to come through? No, that hasn't yet. But hopefully on this end there may be... No, not quite yet. Has this even started to get some of its product through? Ah, we've got our first steel coming down, so that will go to both of these. There's some more steel. So we've got stuff going backwards and forwards, which is the main thing. It's just a case of getting it from here down there. I think the sawmill and the logs are going to be the biggest thing holding us back there, because we need to get logs from here over there before we can then process them into planks and then take them back. So the lines that we've got going backwards and forwards here will have to actually pick up these logs and take them to where they need to go before we can actually see the fruits of those labours. But it is how it is, and hopefully after a while we'll start to see the products here that we need, including the plastic from down here. Has the oil line actually delivered anything here? Oh, it looks like it's about to do that for the first time. There we go. Oh, no. It's still moving 4 miles an hour. There we go. It's offloading and going straight into the chemical plant. So that will then produce plastic, which will go along in the shipping line we've got here to bring up to here. And that will be one of the things that we need. So we need both, well, we need steel. We need a lot of steel, which we've got coming along now. And we also need planks and plastic. So all the P's. So that will then allow us to create machines and goods, which are coming along in our goods and machine line over here. In fact, this looks like one of the boats that are going back. It is. To then drop off goods and machines here for this island, which we have goods go to Medan, machines go to Nagoya, machines also go to Hong Kong and Kawasaki, and Kawasaki also gets goods, and Changsha gets goods. So that's why we've gotten this line set up first, because it's got quite a bit of demand there. I've lost the island. Where's the island there? To get what's needed to where it needs to go. And we've just got a load of steel come through. Good. Okay. It's actually quite evenly split. So 100 went to the machine factory and 120 went to the goods factory. So fairly evenly split. In fact, can't they carry 240? No, 220. It's a shame we can't specify it right. Evenly split it, so 110 to both. But that doesn't seem to be the case. So that's now going to pick up logs, take them back over here, drop them off, where then they'll be processed, and it's going to come back around here, pick up some more steel, which there's plenty there to pick up. So that's good. It's doing well. It's going well. It just needs to run through, and there's quite a few moving parts to get it to work efficiently. So we got some more steel coming through. Got some grain coming back from Shenyang. Planks and logs. So when it comes down here, this one should pick up the logs and take them back, and then hopefully get that moving there. So yeah, let's build up just somewhere we can put some what's it called? Public transport lines. So this is all quite even now. Let's just make it. One of these should be sand. There we go. I'm not claiming to be an artist, but it's okay. It's all right how it is. So this would be the first actual passenger port that we're setting up here. In which case, maybe we should do something like... How should we do this? Because there's quite a few islands that it needs to go to. Do we utilize as much space as possible? Do we just build one? I feel like having multiple would look a little bit better. So if we can actually straighten this out. So if we flatten... It's annoying you can't go bigger than... Right, so if we have a flat front... Now this looks a little bit silly, but hey ho. Let's just smooth this out a little bit. And then paint sand. Is this the right grass? No. Is that the right grass? I think closer. It's hard to tell which is the right grass. There we go. Right, so bows. Now that we've got a flat side to work with, we can start to get these in. Hopefully, that's all navigable water. We might need to lower some of this, just so those can actually get in. Especially if they're larger boats. So, where on earth are we going to take these? We will need a number of places. I mean, the biggest one would be the other island on the other side, the second peak, which I would love to get set up, but we really haven't set this up at all yet. We're more likely to be able to do some train lines back and forth, I think, through here because we've got a bit more space than on the other island. Maybe what we could do is a boat on either side. Oh wow, that's not not exactly how I would want that to look. If we flatten this. And then try and create... This is going to be very expensive. This is a lot of sand. Right, we're starting to get this to take shape. So, hopefully that is a little bit less extreme. Still not that great. Need to be resolved from this side. There we go. Right, so we're creating where we're going to put the boat, or the harbour, I should say, to begin with. Let's just a little bit of setting, make it look a little bit more similar. I was going to say beachy, but how many beaches do you know which are very much like a sheer cliff? Yeah, it's not the case, is it? So if we pop this over here, what we may be able to do is put in a train line. I'm not sure whether that's going to be possible, but we can see what we can do, because we do have a few cities here. I would like to do a similar thing on the other side. So what we would also need to do is set up boats for some of these other ones. Lahore and Shenyang might be a good one, and then Zhangjiang and Izmir, because we could set up a line that goes through here. Again, Kyoto, Pie, because there's two on that island, we can set up a line that goes down and goes to these places on the way through, and then comes back as well. That could be a real possibility. So if we just get the first two set up, this is going to be like the furthest line in, oh goodness, in all of existence, and now my computer's just going to compute those that path, which may take a little while because it's across the entire map. To be honest, I think that maybe planes would be slightly better for this particular route, but right now I want to set up some boats, and getting these other islands on board will be really key to that. So this is the public transport line. Pub transport is via boats. What should we call this? Oops. No, thank you. We could call this between the two peaks. Maybe something like that. I don't know. What should we call it? Intercity Islands. There we go. It's only a temporary name for now. So those go between the two. Why on earth it? Never mind. Why didn't it just do a straight line there rather than? I don't know. Anyway, so we would need to connect this area up with, how many cities are on this? There's 8 cities on this first island. We would need to connect these to this area. Do we do it electric? Do we make it electric? It might be good in case we need to do a line from here that goes between all the harbours here. Maybe. need 8. And then so might be good to actually move this further back. So if we push that a little bit further back, and then we didn't make it electric. Dang. Never mind. We can upgrade it if we need to. For now, it'll just be buses. So if we do an exit there, we could also do an entrance either side and an exit either side, just to relieve a little bit of the pressure. So what we can do is connect up here. So there we go. So we've got this connected up now. We've also got a connection this way. So to go down to Changsha, and the transport link we've got down here. We've got connection over to Delhi, but we also have connections up towards Kawasaki and Ankara. The other cities would need to probably go up this way or this direction and then come along here. So that does connect to that, which is good. That's good because it's about equidistant from where we put a harbour on this side. So hopefully in time we could potentially have lines that literally just go to one island, and we should be able to connect them up from here. So what we can do is we should have lines here that would no longer be used. So this one, for example, which goes from Changsha to Ankara, when we've got the train line in, it isn't really needed. So if we replace those with, instead of Changsha to Ankara, if we connect that up here, remove that. So now we've got our first line down to here. Let's rename it as well. Changsha to what do we call this? The Changsha. Oops. Changsha Harbour, maybe? Port? harbour, maybe? Harbour line. So we should also have one from here. Well, it looks like Hong Kong, Medan, Nagoya, and Delhi are no longer really in use. Oh, I tell a lie. It's about 7 people. So what about Kawasaki? Kawasaki to Ankara has a few more people, but we do have the train line that goes straight down to Ankara, or Kawasaki, I should say. So yeah. Also, why do we have residential buildings in the area that we don't want? Just trying to keep them away from these very high emission areas. So I would say Kawasaki to Ankara can be used. So we can remove Ankara from that one. Harbour. Call it Kawasaki to Harbour rather than Kawasaki Harbour. Interesting that it's choosing to go out one way and in the other. So that's Changsha and Kawasaki. What one are we going to use for Ankara? Because all of these are being used. Oh, they're not. I guess Kawasaki and Changsha have been removed, so we can create a line now from here down to so if we copy the naming structure of this one, pop it on here, then all we have to change out is Ankara. So that's the line for Ankara. We need to put bus on that line because we don't currently have one. I would say that from Delhi to Kawasaki we can use, or Kawasaki to Delhi. Delhi to Harbour. There we go. So that's Changsha, Ankara, Kawasaki and Delhi sorted out. We would need to put in Hong Kong's connection. Maybe Hong Kong to Medan could be used, because I doubt that it's going to have many. Everyone that I say, oh yeah, it's not going to have that many, it does. It's quite funny. So Hong Kong to Harbour. Number 7, that could go on maybe. Right. Cool. So now we have Hong Kong set up. What about Nagoya? Nagoya to Ankara. We would want to do Nagoya to maybe Dhaka, but Nagoya to Delhi would be a good one. I mean, we only have 3 going down that way now. Looks like they're all preferring to use the train, which is exactly what we want. So number 8 would be going that way. We just need to rename it. Nagoya to Harbour. There we go. Maybe Medan. If we did Dhaka to the Medan, because it's literally right there. Number 2. Medan. Harbour. Finally, Dhaka to Nagoya. Would it be better if we organized these a little bit differently? So, for example, this one, number 6, went to number 8, and the one on number 8 went to number 6. I think it is what it's going to be, really. There's not much we can do to organize it to really make the most of what space there is. So if we get this boat going, passenger, go with Zurichs, I guess. Pop one on there. There we go. So that sets up this line to go backwards and forwards. And before I set up these other islands through the way, what I want to do is set up on the other end where that's going to be going. Which actually leads to some of the first work we've actually done besides putting in the food line for this island. So it's kind of momentous. It's a big step forward. I'm thinking maybe what we can do is set up a circular route around these cities to pick up and drop off here. We could also have a similar one on this side, circular route to pick up and drop off on this side, and then have something that goes between, say, Yekaterinburg through Yokohama, maybe goes to Guangzhou and down to Shanghai, so it sort of acts as a express line between these cities and goes backwards and forwards, and that would link up these two separate circular lines. That being said, it may well be a waste of time doing that, because if we did a circular line, even if it didn't go across here, because that's a big gap, that's a bigger gap than we've gone before. If we went between sort of, through each of these and then coming back through, if we did that, then we'd effectively be going to the boat line twice between the two cities. In which case, it may be better to have the train line go from here to Guangzhou and then come through to Yokohama and go through these three before it goes back to the boat line on this side to then go to... So it almost crosses over itself. Crosses over on the under the mountain. Guangzhou is going to be a bit tricky to do anything with, though. For one thing, the residential side is all on the wrong side. Are these still... No, these are vehicles. I thought these were carts for a second. So we would have to come from here up that way, which might work, because then we'd be able to go over this side, and coming back we can go underneath maybe and go on this side. That might work. We could potentially do something like that. So if we start to plan that out, where would we want the train lines to come in? Probably over here for Yekaterinburg. Incheon, it's a bit tricky. It's bizarre that we have emissions already when we don't actually have any lines here, like at all. We don't have any lines on this side. The new boat line that we just put in is the only line. So why is there so many emissions? It looks like the cities are connecting themselves with private transport, which is super awesome. It shows that there's a need there for transport between these two cities for sure. Yokohama, we would need to have the train line on this side, the train station. So be on this side probably, because we want to keep it away from the residential side, basically. What about over here? That should be a little bit easier to deal with, because it's on this side. This one on this side. over here on this side. That's good. So Shanghai, Kaohsiung, Guangzhou, are all set up really well for us to put in a train line back and forth. So maybe we should just go ahead and do that. The first step to that would probably be to have a connection. So if we set up a connection over here for the train line, we'd want to do similar to what we did before. So what we want is a pass-through line through the middle. Over on this side, we'd want it over here. If we build so this would be two train stations for these cities. It's nothing amazing, it's just simple train lines with a pass-through line in the middle, which means that we can use those same tracks for maybe industrial or something in the future. It just makes it future-proofed a little bit. We would need to put in passenger platforms on this side. Put in pass-through and a cover. And what we'll do is we'll put in the bus routes that will feed these cities, feed these train lines, I should say, with additional passengers to go from A to B. So we're just building these up. There we go. So if we were going to put something down here, I think we need to flatten a bit more area through here. So we just got to flatten this area. It's actually oddly useful that there is such a harsh drop here, because we can use that to then tunnel through to it. we pop a road between here and here. That connects up that, and hopefully if we have other harbours here, it should also connect to down here, which would be good. We could have this side connect up to Guangzhou, and then this side connect up maybe here. Right now, I'm going to focus on the trains, getting them in, getting them all sorted. So we would need to build a line down here. If we remove this, then we should be able to put in train line between here and here. And it'll be perfectly connected up with the best turn it can have, the best angle turn. So what we'll also do is set up these connections. And then if we pop these in, so that's the first leg. It'll have to come through here. It's probably best if we remove this to make sure the road isn't affecting the train line, because it'll effectively make it go up higher and slow down, which we don't want. There to ensure that this is the best high-speed route that it can be. Oh, we'd probably want to curve from a same on this side. Go up a little way. Have that connected on this side. So, what happens if we connect this straight into down here? Produces a tunnel that's perfect for us. So we do the same on the other side. Hopefully it should do the same. Going back. And that should be linked up, producing a nice tunnel there. Yes. Which is good. this up to about this point. And connect that in there. Have that go up to the tunnel. Same on the other side, connect that in that way. Right, so we now have Guangzhou, Kaohsiung, Shanghai, and the harbour all linked up with trains. What we would need to do is connect this side up to a harbour on this side, and then also a train line that goes from the harbour to Hangzhou to then Yokohama, Incheon, and Yekaterinburg. I'm very sorry if I'm mispronouncing anyone's hometown. It's not my intention. I'm just unaware of how you're meant to pronounce them. So, we want to keep them as far away from the emissions as possible. So, if we popped this here, in, put in the platform, put in the underpass, put in the roof, and that side's done. I'm thinking over here for the train line. Track-wise, we put in another 4. So this should then allow us to have a circular route around this island, which has been a lot harder to put in on the other island. So what we need to do here is put in a hopefully around this a little bit better. Number 1, that needs to be electric. Number 2, there we go. We've got a connection over here for the line to go through the city. The land here is a little bit uneven, which will make connecting this up a little bit trickier. But it's probably going to have to come through this way into the city here. So on this side, if we put the here, it should be away from the residential area as much as possible. That is the hope. In practice, maybe not the case. I wish you could sort of specify, right, I don't want residential to build anywhere near this train line, if you know what I mean. So then it just keeps the emissions away as best as possible. So if we... Oh, did that not build? It might be the autosave that's caused it, yeah. If we build this in here, it's on a fair cut into the hill. So now we have a connection for Yokohama. We need Yokohama and Hangzhou to connect. So we build maybe one over here. Build the platform on this side, put the pass-through in and the top on. Now, what do we do about the route? We could probably build a straight bridge over there. So, if we connect through from here, and then we connect up this to here, back. Go here, we would need this to be a decent bridge. So we would need to build through this direction. So if we just connect these. We can build that into there. Connect that up there. So these two would connect up pretty well. There we go. There we go. Connect this in here. We'll connect this up. In fact, let's get the other side. Connected in ready. There we go. We're getting there. It's quite an undertaking. Do we go down to like here? I think so. Oops. Plug that in there. Right, so I think keeping it as a route along the cliff edge. I was going to say coastline, but it's more of a cliff edge. I guess it's also a coastline because it's a coastline. But hey ho. So if we take this and bring it around this way, then we want it to go through here. Interesting. It goes down there. So if we connect this up, and we'll build our pass through up to here. So this one would have to connect in the bridge, in the tunnel, I think. So we want to keep this fairly flat coming through here, I feel. And then I feel like it drops down here, so if we keep it fairly flat, yeah, that goes straight into a tunnel, which is probably where we want to connect these up to. So connect up on this side. That's a very big tunnel. That's going to cost us 37 million. Okay, we're going to hit play so that we can make a bit of money, because we probably need it to complete this. So that's gone up to 18 mil, which we may make back very shortly. We've spent a lot on this line so far, but it's almost there. I just want to get it all in now. So if we pump up the speed of the playback, hopefully it will allow us to build this sooner rather than later. We're at 15, 16 million, 17 million. Let's drop down due to expenses. Right. Uh-oh. Yeah, I know about those. It's fine. It's fine. Right. That's built in. There we go. So that's connected in there. And now if we remove this hopefully that should mean that we can just do a clean connection through to there. Aha. Too much slope. Why is it going up? It should be going down. Okay. What we may have to do is go off to the side here. We don't want it to go, dramatically up. We want it to go up, but not super crazily. Right. So if we build this connection from here, hopefully it'll be able to get to there. No, maybe not. Maybe it's just too high for it. What can we do about that? Maybe we could go around in a circle. So climb up in a circular spiral. What else could we do? If we did a circle, would it mean that that would be on the wrong side? No, it shouldn't do. We also have this stuff on here, so if this was going all the way down, still goes into a bridge here. Interesting. What if we had Huangzhou not connect up through this, but instead connect up here and then this go through to here? That could work because it would be a more gradual raise up. So let's try. If we take, we gotta take all this. Let's just swap it around. Here, and that will still work because what we can do is connect this side into the bow line, and it should go over the top, hopefully. Let's just see. So first off, if we, I mean this is going to be in the way, but will it be okay? In fact, it will just be okay just doing that. That's enough of an elevation drop for it to go down to it. Cool, okay. So we just need to find the right route for that. Probably go around this way. We got 30 million in the bank. Hopefully that's enough for what's about to come. Connect this up to there. It'll cost 50. It's a lot of money. 50 million to put in a tunnel. So if we take this, yeah, down as far as it'll go, make that a faster bridge. There we go. Pop that in there. And then have this, follow this all the way down. It's a slight change of plan, but it should hopefully allow us to put this in. I didn't realise quite how much of a height change it would be. So we'll do this up to there. And then we'll connect that in, like so. So now we have this one connected up to this one. We just have to put in the correct links here. There we go. So we've got the money. We would need to connect this to here, like so. So we will go ahead and do that. Is that going to cost? It looks like it's, yeah, Okay, no, that's not right. So we just want to add it to this other line. We don't want to do a separate line away from it. It's probably this bit that's going to cost the most, 22 million. I'm guessing the deeper it goes, the more expensive it is, and therefore because it's going underneath a mountain, it's just extremely expensive at this point. But you would have thought a tunnel would be a tunnel. Like once you've got a tunnel underground, a tunnel is going to be the same no matter what. But I guess it would be the pressures exerted on it from the mountain that it may have to be more expensive for. I don't know. I don't know. I just play the games. Right, so we'll have to have a line coming through here to go to a ferry, a boat. And that will probably climb up where it would then go into a tunnel probably around here and connect in there. And then that should be, in theory, underneath or over the top, sorry, of this other tunnel that we put in. And that will effectively create a circular route round. So we would have 1, 2, 3, 4 cities before the next harbour port. We would then also have 1, 2, 3 until it connects into this one. We could literally just do a line backwards and forwards, but I feel like because of the size of these cities and also the how spread out they are, a circular line would be better for them in order to basically get their people from A to B going forward. Because right now, it's probably a case that it's there's not that much options-wise for it to go from A to B, which is the case. We haven't actually started looking at this island. This is the first stuff that we've really done, other than a quick food line over here. So it's a case of, oh, we need to put that food line back in, don't we? Forgot about that. Road needs to go back in. We'll just use a level crossing, it'll be fine. This one can go underneath this bridge and connect in there. There. Was there anywhere else that we... There we go. Connect those in there. Connect those in there. That's quite a lot to go through. It should be fine. This is only the public transport line we're actually putting in first. This side, we want to connect in there. Where else do we want to connect up? We really want to get these bus routes going through the different cities set up, but that's another thing that we need to set up. So let's just focus on the trains for now. So if we put a boat line over here, we'd probably want to have a fairly flat area. We'd want a flat and also straight area to put in the train line here and the boat It's always expensive when you need to work with the land here. So we're just drawing a flat or a straight line from A to B here. Now we've run out of money. Alright, we're almost there. Just need to get that there. There we go. So if we put a train line down here, hopefully that will come down to here. Let's just pause it for a second. See whether that would be the case. So if we put a train station here, will that be able to reach up here? Yes. Good. Okay. So if we build this out. So 4 lines. We want a platform on this side. We also want a pass through and a roof. And then we also want to connect these two up. So that's that section connected up. So effectively we've got an entire track going backwards and forwards. Here we just now need to connect up this train station with this one down here, which is going to be quite expensive. Almost 50 million again, on top of the other train tunnel that we put in. So this is proving quite expensive. But once it's in, I'm hoping it will allow these cities to grow naturally from just the public transport between all of the cities, and also with the bus route, with the boat route between the other island and here, it should allow quite a lot of connections that way. We just got to get this set up and all sorted, so once then it's done, it'll be well and truly worth it. That being said, those planes would be very useful. I think the planes between the two islands will probably be a little bit more efficient, but we'll see how it goes. We haven't actually put airplanes in yet, So this to connect in there. Hopefully that's connected. No, it hasn't. Ah, that's annoying. Okay, what we will do is connect this up section by section so that it actually matches where the other one goes. Chunk change. This goes under the mountain. 17 million. But we've almost got it. So it shouldn't be too long. Once autosave finishes, that is. Ooh, we're almost there. 15, 17, done. Good. So the last bit to this is to connect these up. Let's make sure that these are at the same point there. What we're trying to do is trying to go underneath. It's trying to go up even. There we go. Right, we have a train line all the way through. So, let's get some trains on there. I need a depot. Train depot. Over here is probably the easiest place for it. What we'll do is put just a train line between them. And then also connections here, which should allow them to access the track without having to go across. So we will put double slip switches here. We will put we need to do the line, so if we start from here in Shanghai, going over to here, through here, you know what, this is on the wrong side of the track. As daft as it sounds, it might be better to put stops in and then it will know which side of the track to go on. Right, so if we put stops either side here, and then stops here. Hopefully putting these in will ensure that the traffic's going in the right direction. Right. I'm going to put the stops a little bit further away from the train station to go on the other side of that crossing. here. So this would be a one-way stop. And then these would be non-one-way. Okay, put these in on this side. Shouldn't need too many. Oh, we're almost there. There's a bear on the tracks. Right. Put stops halfway through here. Because it's quite a distance. And there we go. These ones here. So that's all of the train lines. So if we put these in, it's going to complain that it doesn't have anywhere to go, but it should do. It can go all the way around here. And then that comes down here, and that's the final stop before Shanghai. Cool. These go through this way. Right. That's the two train lines over here. So if we copy what we called them on that side, question is where they cross over, which one's counterclockwise and which one's clockwise. If it goes that way around, I would say we'll use this side because it's the bigger side. It hits more of the destinations as well. So clockwise would be the other one. This would be counterclockwise. So if we take this name, paste it in there, and change this to the second peak, so the second island. This one as well. Second. So what colours should we call? Should we make this one? Maybe like red and a pink, because the other one's green. So we need to have two train lines. So this one will be the pink line. And we put this one in. Put that in there. Right, now we need to connect up the circular lines around the cities, which will be a little bit fiddly, but now that the train line's in, that's the main connection between the boats and these other lines. So let's get on and get these in. If we make this a pass-through, those in. Shanghai wise, oh, so if we do road here, these are all set up now. We should cover this entire city. So we need to put in go. We want the buses to get onto this line. We'll start them off with buses and then we'll move to trams if the demand is there. It may not be, we never know. I would imagine because Shanghai is quite large, 350, and it's not got any of its needs met, it's probably going to grow fairly quickly, but you never know, it might not. So, right. We need public transport line. If we take this name, this is a clockwise line, so we call it Shanghai, so I'm going to grab that there. And then we can actually just copy that and paste it in there and add another C. And it's counterclockwise. Hey presto. So the next one would be Kwaoxiang. So we need to put in a line round here. There we go. So this one would be Kwaoxiang. If we take that name, oh my goodness, what one do we have set up here? Shell exchange. What did we set up? Ah, the buses, the boats. Yep, I remember. So if we go back here, let's just copy that name again. So this is the clockwise one. Which one is this? This is counterclockwise. That's what I have in mind. We want this to be the name of the city. We'll take that. Pop it in here. We'll copy all that. Pop it on that. Add another C. That's the counterclockwise line. So we get a couple of buses, and we put them on these lines. Beep, bop, boop. So now people can go from Shanghai to Kwaoxiang with a bus. They can also get to the terminal, which will have the boat line between it and the first island. Nothing on there yet. It's still early days. So we need to get all of these set up so that they're doing trade between them. Then hopefully after that we should see a lot more movement between the two islands. So we now have Quanzhou even, that we need to do our circular line through, which we can do fairly easily, because it's already created a pretty circular route around the city. everything but over here, so what we can do is connect in this road, and then that should be covered by this bit and this bit. Yeah, that's all that city connected. Do backwards and forwards. This one is the clockwise. I think we actually copied the counterclockwise. No, we didn't. Never mind. This is the clockwise line, this is the counterclockwise line. No, that is the clockwise line. What am I thinking? That's the counterclockwise line. There we go. So we take that out. And we will copy this name into here. It's pretty cool, actually. We've got a nice bypass road as well there. So that should work quite well when this city grows to have things go from A to B through this area and avoid producing emissions for this city. So that's Quanzhou we need to add buses for. Let's add those now. That's the blue one, that's the green one. Yep. And then up here, bit of a smaller city. But what we can do is connect these up. So if we put this in, what we can do is have this line connecting to the two roads there. So we connect those up. We can pop these in. And hopefully create lines that will be more than sufficient for Huangzhou. There we go. Put buses on those lines. Pink and green. Clockwise. Oh, that's not what we wanted. So if we take the clockwise name, paste it into this one. Oh, we got the train going through. It's pretty cool. That means it's been all the way around the map and gone to here. Or all the way around the island and gotten to there. So, that's good. There's Huangzhou. Or Hangzhou, I should say. This is counterclockwise, which is fine. We can put that like that. And that already has a bus on it, I believe. Yep. Cool. That's these 4 cities. Now just these 3 to do. We've already done this side of things, so if we connect in these roads, then what we can do is put the bus stop in. Pop it in there. It's actually quite a small little city, so that should do fine. So it covers all the different areas. So that's in now like that. Yokohama. Clockwise. This is actually counterclockwise. So I'll copy that. And I will put that in as counterclockwise. This one we can paste and we can use that as is. Yeah, that is counterclockwise. We need a depot on this side because we don't actually have a road connecting these two just yet. Probably in time we will have something, but right now we don't. So we need to put in a depot somewhere somewhat centrally. I will pop it here. And we will get 2 buses. This is dark blue and purple. So those 2 should have a bus each on them. Now for Incheon, or Incheon, I'm not too sure how that's pronounced, but I'm not too sure how a lot of them are pronounced, if I'm honest. So don't take my pronunciation as gospel. Let's connect these up here. And then if we do... There's quite a few bus stops that we're putting in, but it's simply to cover the different areas. This is a tricky one. What's gone on here? Why the road didn't just continue straight into there? I don't know. So... There we go. And this should cover the entire city. this is counterclockwise. So if we copy that name, we should be able to pop that in there, and that's that one set up. We just need a few more buses. We will need 4. So that's set up. Now we just need to do Yekaterinburg. So if we pop the bus line through this one, that would be the last one that we need to do. That should cover this area, this should cover that area, that covers this area, so we would just need one down here. And then that can come back down to here. Oh, we haven't done the line here. So if we pop that on that one, then it should go round correctly. There we go. Oh, we haven't relinked up this one, have we? That's why they're going on that way. Cut that road. So this is clockwise. And it's for Yekaterinburg. Counterclockwise there. And wow, we've already got some people wanting to go on that line. It's good. We've got some busy stuff going on in Shanghai and throughout this area, actually. We've even got some people here. They want to... Are they... One to Guangzhou. So up here. And they're going that way round. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Okay, let's put in the boats over here. First off, let's paint that so it looks like a beach. It is a bit silly, but it is what it is. So if we take... And then we could also do straight over this way and put in the boat harbour. So what we can do is just connect this one straight away. Oh, that's wrong. I shouldn't have done that one. So, that's all the way back from Changsha to here. Oh, no, actually that works. That works fine. Good, okay. So Yokohama, let's put it on number 4. So these two connect. Right, so that's the train line going backwards and forwards in on the second peak. And I mean, it's early days yet, but hopefully it'll start to make a decent bit of money. Once people, I mean, we've only just put in all the bus lines, all the bus routes, so once they get through here, there's a few to go through. Some more on here, more over here, none up here so far. Why is that? Maybe they're just haven't been around yet. Looks like we've only got 5 people going backwards and forwards on this line. What about this line? 4. So it seems like that's just slow to start. It's a smaller city, so that's fine. How is this? Where's this one? Oh, this one's coming into Incheon. Maybe Incheon will start to get things around to there. We've got 8 people on there, so they might get off. You never know. Nope. Yes, they have. Some of them have. So that's where they got off there. In fact, would now be a good time to, because it goes there, then it goes underneath here. So what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whereas 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, let's put another train on each line. So this one will be pink color, Russian. This one, add it on that line. This one will be red, Russian class P36. 2 China type YZ22s. Just rolls off the tongue. Those go on like that. And hopefully that's a good point for them to be spread out across each line. That's why I've put those on there. Because if both trains are down this end, yeah, there's one. Then hopefully they're spread out enough to make the most of those routes going forward. So what we want to do now is set up the boat route, so that as it goes through, number 1, it goes to Lahore and Shenyang, and also number 2, it goes to Zhangjiang and Izmir. So that'd probably be best here, and also Kyoto and PA. It'd probably be best here. Maybe we could do something here and something around here. Where is the... that's a bit annoying. residential zones nearest to where we want to put the harbour here. Whereas actually over here would probably be best, because residential's on this side, industrial's on this side, so if it grows out it's more likely to be industrial than residential to get here. So if we popped one passenger, we'll just make it a large one because there's a lot of islands we'll want to connect up while we're doing this. We'll put one there. How about over here? Again, residential's there. Residential's on the other side here, so maybe something here could do quite well. But that's all. Maybe here, because residential is not as best out the way as we'd like, but it is somewhat out the way there. So these two can be extra ports that we add on to the boat line. So what's going on? This goes down to there, and then on the way back, we'd want them to go through here. So let's see how this does. We'll of course put in a bus route to connect these up, but right now I'm just focusing on the boat itself, and then we can sort out maybe a bus route, maybe even a boat, maybe even a why has it done that? Yokohama. If we go to this one first, that would be the best. Mind you, then we don't want it to go to Huangzhou port, do we? No. So we don't want that. We want it to go from there to... So from Changsha, I want it to go to Shenyang, and then to Zhangjiang, and then on the way back it'll go to Zhangjiang, and then Shenyang, and then back to Changsha. So it's just working out the route. So that's Shenyang in there. And then you want to go there. So number 4. Is this coming in or going out? Okay, that's going out. So after Yokohama, go there. Shouldn't be too big of a difference. Hopefully it doesn't cause too many problems. So then we've got 2 spots on this line where it can connect in. This is a complex line. Why is it going through this way? Why not just go... What? Why is it going round the island to get to it? So if we put in a link on this side, we could do one on either side really, and then that should still be covered by the same bus route really. So that would be quite good. Small country road. What do we want this to do? I want this to stay flat. So we're going in this direction. Now connecting to, and then we've got a connection there. It's quite a big hill actually. And then on this side, we'll have that connecting there. So these two are connected. So if we take a look here, so at number 1, it wants to connect into this side, or after number 1, it wants to connect in this side. And then after number 7, I would imagine, it probably wants to connect into this side. So let's just double check. Yeah, after number 8, connect in there. Let's see how that does. Interesting though, it's still going all the way around the island. I don't understand why it's not going that way, but hey ho. Right. So these are all connected, which is nice. So we can create a line in here. So now we just need to set up the bus routes between these different areas. There we go, we created a faster route through now for Shenyang. It's pretty nuts. All of Shenyang pretty much comes into this point, which is a bit strange. Why is that not connecting in? So we've got these connections, which will allow us to do a backwards and forwards route with the buses. So we would want a 2, so through 2 and then an extra one for the connection for these buses. So we could pop this into here. So that's Kyoto's sort of setup. If we pop the bus routes through, okay, so then that goes through that way. We'll need to do something similar on this side. It's tricky because it's sort of built into the hill. I don't know why this city's sort of dug itself in. I've never really seen that before. So too much slope. Yeah, see, it's literally dug it out. It's really strange. If I smooth this, maybe that will help. With this a little bit. So we want to do a through here. And then we've got a connection there. That connects in there. So PA need to connect this through from PA annex up to here. and then back through here. So we have public transport. Bus. In fact, we call it by road, don't we? Road. This would be intercity. Should we say PA and Kyoto, maybe? There we go. So we will need to put in these lines. Need that to go to number 3. Also need this one coming around. So we need a road depot there. So we'll do 5 vehicles. And these will go onto these lines. There we go. So we've got one bus that goes between the 2 cities and also between these 2 harbours. And then we've got one bus which goes round each of the cities, both clockwise and counterclockwise, to feed that bus route. So if we just name this quickly, so this would be Kyoto. Oh, let's grab the name. Naming conventions. There we go. So Kyoto. Oh, why has that happened? Kyoto. Why is that? That's not what I wanted. Even though I'm selecting the right bit, it's still... Right. So we take that, and we Control Z. Y. That should be cutting. There, right. And that is actually clockwise, which is the correct one. So we'll take that name, paste it onto that one, call it counterclockwise. Over here, which one? This one's clockwise. Take PA. That's this one. So this goes counterclockwise. Counterclockwise, there we go. Cool. And now Pie and Kyoto are linked up to this boat network. We just need to do Shenyang and Lahore over here. So if we take Lahore as the first one, what we can do is first off put I mean, this road should really go into here. I don't know why it doesn't already. Considering I think I set that up last time. But never mind. So, that's this side. So, set up. Interesting that these two go different ways that way. There we go. So, we need to name these. What did we name the other one? What did we name this one over here? So this would be Shenyang and Lahore. So Shen for Shenyang and Lahore. Oh, Lahore. Lahore. There we go. So what did I name these other ones that go between the cities? I didn't bother putting the intercity in, so maybe we just take the intercity out and then it makes sense. Also, Kyoto reduced and Shenyang, Lahore. So this would be. Hold on, do we put buses on this thing? Yes, 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 okay. For this one, we'll need 5 more buses. There we go. 1 on this line. one on this line and one on this line, and then the other two will be for those ones that we set up. So if we grab the naming convention for this, whoops, I did not mean to do that. Luckily, yes, I copied it before I replaced it. This one goes clockwise around Shenyang. Does it? This goes counterclockwise. Whoops. So Shenyang. Copy that. Pop it there. Make it counterclockwise. And then the buses can get over there. Lahore. We still need to set up. This will grow. So for now, we'll leave it as it is. But we need to keep an eye on it. There we go. So this is counterclockwise for Lahore. Let's copy that. And then we can call this one clockwise. And we can add these buses to them. Oh, wait. Did not mean to do that. I don't know which one of these I've already put a bus. Okay, it's that one. So that one needs to go to that one. That's fine. There we go, sorted. So Lahore's set up. It will start connecting passengers through to both Shenyang and also the port at Shenyang. Now we just need to do Izmir and Zhangjiang. Zhangjiang. I think that's the right. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. So, let's connect these ones up. Yeah. So, bus-wise, we just want one here. We need to connect these up. So we connect that in. And then pop this in over here. And we've got stuff on this side as well. So these will then connect through to the port and to the other cities. We just have to actually build that in. Zhangjiang's quite a big city actually, so it's going to be pretty busy to connect through. There we go. So we'll connect these through. Would it be better if these went the other way around? Yep. Cool. So this is counterclockwise. Also need to take the name, paste it in here, and this one is counterclockwise. Cool. So that's one of the lines. We need to do the line straight through. So this would be connect these through. I wonder if we swap these around, whether it might be better. I was hoping that they might go around, but they're not. They don't want to. Okay. That's just how it is. So need to rename this. And we need the names. So Zhang and Izmi. Zhang and Ismi. So this comes through. There we go. That goes around that way. So if we take the name from there, and we pop it in there, Izmir, we'll need to go there, and then we copy that, pop it on there, but we need to take out one of the C's, because one's clockwise, one's counterclockwise, and then we just need a road depot here. So, we need 5 of these. One will go on that one will go on that one, the other will go on this one, and this one, and the final one onto the route back and forth. So that's these 3 islands now hooked up to this boat route, which connects both of the peaks up. So how busy has this been? It's not been busy at all. Which, you know, it's understandable. It hasn't had many places for people to go yet. Wow, these need... I need to keep these down. So... these... and even Ankara. So hopefully we can reduce how many... Has something just dropped something off them? A few years back, 220. Can we expand this at all? Because I don't think the builders can take this much capacity. We can. Wow, even the goods are pretty busy. Okay. These goods lines. See. Have we got goods coming through here? Oh yeah, we do. Oh, good. Started to, you know, make its way through. Where's, okay, this It's doing really well. I'm really happy with that. How's this one doing? Yeah, really positive. Making lots of money now. So these boat lines are really doing amazing stuff for us. Getting a lot of money through. So let's put a boat depot over here as well. How's this train line doing now? It's been a few years on. It's growing. It's taking its time, but it's growing. And that's the main thing, is that it takes a little bit of time for these connections to establish and actually start to make money. So it's fine that it's not for the time being. We can make do. We're still making a lot of money year on year, so we don't have to worry about it too much. It actually provides opportunity for these cities to grow. So I'm very happy that these are all set up with train routes through. I'm very confused as to why this doesn't go through this way. What if we like trim this down? Does it go through that way? No, it still decides to come down this way. That is really strange, especially how it could just come through here, but I guess for some reason it's worked out this way to be faster, even though it may not be the case. I don't know what we can do about that, really. It's still empty. It's still empty. Like, has it had any people use it? No. Why? Why is no one using it? This is bizarre. I mean, I realise that it takes so long to go from A to B, but you would have thought if we connect these cities up, someone would want to use it, especially through these bits, like from this island down to here, and what have you. I don't know. That's just bizarre. Never mind. We're still making money, so that's not really a problem if that boat line isn't making money. It's just it'd be nice if it did. I don't really understand why it's going the route it does, but also it is pretty slow, so it's taking its sweet time. I mean, where's it heading? It's heading straight at an island. What's it doing? I don't think it knows. So now it's heading that way, around this island. It's got to get to horizon. So it's still going from there to there. That makes sense. Maybe it's not done an entire route yet. I don't know what we can do. Maybe we could add some more boats to make the... I mean, they just have so much capacity. Like, this boat has 150 capacity. That's huge. That's a huge amount of capacity. But it also takes however many months to get from one side to the other. So, I don't know whether that's necessarily a good thing. So let's go down here. There's a lot of wheat to pick up. 188 wheat. This is just maneuvering into position. Ah, this is getting a lot of its stuff through. A lot of its logs. So that's good, that's positive. We have so many goods here that are just waiting to get shipped. Where are the other boats? They're coming. Okay. And they wait a fair amount of time there, don't they? 10 minutes, yeah. Okay. So it's coming in with almost a full load of plastic, which is what's needed to make some more goods. Cool. Awesome. I'm really happy with these lines making a lot more money. It's really good. Cool. Well, that's doing really well. I think I'm going to leave it there. It's been a really good episode. We've gotten a lot done, and we've been able to hook up some of these new factories that we've put in. Thanks for watching. If you've enjoyed it, then feel free to follow, subscribe, or like and what have you. And until next time, have a good one. Bye.